Stand it, for example, the umeme or rural electrification. Because my experience is that they call or they may need to call, but because of shortage of power, all time we cannot access them. I submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the presenters. My name is Caroline Uwera. I work with KARAS Uganda. I picked interest in the farm radio and the first presenter about the digital, it skipped my mind. Yeah, however, in Potopoto, where I come from, I think it's a very good innovation that we could also take up, given that we work with a number of farmers, and these are smallholder farmers, and they do not have the luxury of having these the smartphones and all that. And I think it would be a very good thing if we could, I don't know how we could subscribe or support us, scale up country. Then for the smallholder farmers, it's a very good initiative, but I was wondering how you actually convince, where I come from, sometimes it's hard convincing these smallholder farmers. They always have pity, how can I have, these smartphones and all that. And I would want if you could share with us some lessons that you picked from, from the other farmers that you worked with, and that you share with us. It would really be good for us to also borrow. Thank you.
My name, I'm called Kusemererwa Lucy from Chenjojo district. I came here because of care. My question is, first it goes to Boza Farmer Center, that he said that their services, they have market linkages and the agricultural inputs. In market linkages, I would like to understand more on that, because for us, we are farmers, more specific in the coffee and maize, that when we sell our produce, like maize, we normally sell them to Basoga. They come and say that every sack, they have to take 5 kilograms. Now, are you doing the same as they did to us? Or another question is on agricultural inputs. If you are giving us your support, how is the interest on that? Thank you for that.
Last question on the first round.
Thank you so much. This is Yada Amos from Utareja. I've been two personalities, as a farmer and as a business person. Now, as a farmer, this goes to Woza. Just in case, when I call, I fail to explain my problem, do you have an initiative whereby you can link me somewhere and somebody goes on ground to examine maybe my issue or my garden, that I can present it well for your help? And then as a businessman, you talked of linkages, inputs. Do you have an initiative that you take a survey of the existing input dealers, and then maybe you do some linkages them so that you direct the nearby farmers just in case of anything? And then maybe the last one, we go to Farm Radio International. You talked of giving farmers in case of any outbreak. Won't there be a conflict of interest? Because an outbreak is supposed to be officially broadcasted by an official agency, like maybe the veterinary or maybe somebody here in charge of agricultural district. Now, how will this be handled just in case somebody learns it, or government learns that It's not to speak about this, but they aren't aware. Do you have that initiative to handle that problem? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think there was one more hand in the room, Henry, behind you. Let us take that one more hand. And I'm going to request that in the interest of time, we only take these 5 for the panel to respond to. And then for any other questions that are in the room, kindly let us have these discussions over lunch, over tea break. Let us network with the panelists. They are here with us for the whole week. Let us take that opportunity to actually ask them directly. And for the contacts, I know people are asking for contacts. My panelists, you will need to network as well. Give out your business cards. People want to work with you. Thank you. Last question, please.
Thank you, Chair. Ivan Abaw is my name, from Naro, Uganda. My first question goes to Boza Call Center. You indicate that at your call center, you've employed an agronomist. And in my understanding, an agronomist will deal with only crops. So does your center want to deal with crops, or you also have other staff for handling issues of animals? The second question is to all of you 3. How sustainable are your systems? Because you seem to mention that you don't charge any cost. Do you depend on, if I may say, donors for funding your systems? If so, if donors are out, what happens? To Farm Ready International, you indicate you collect data on gender. So what? With that data of gender, what happens with it? How does us, the congregation, gain from that data? Then you indicate that women participation is low, and you've gone ahead to involve women experts in the radio shows. But I want to think for a woman deep in the village. How do they participate? How do you encourage them? Or what interventions have you put in place to make sure that they participate and gain from your services? Then to Omonimisa, you are getting weather data from USA. In Uganda, we have the authority, the Uganda National Meteorological Authority. And to my understanding, this authority has weather centers across Uganda in different NARO institutes. To what extent are you working with the NARO or with this authority to get this data from our local experts? And then to all of us, yesterday we heard that the adoption of improved technologies by NARO is too low. I think maize was the highest at 28%, which is still very low. To what extent are we, the 3 of you, or the 3 companies, working with NARO and other agencies that are involved in generating improved agriculture technologies to make sure that these technologies move to your intended clients? Thank you.
Thank you very much for those very many loaded questions. I now invite my panelists. Let me start with Emom Limisa, because then we'll just work backwards. Please address most of the questions you have been requested to address. So let us start with Emom Limisa, then we'll go to FRI, then finally Uza. That will be the one round of answering that you have. So please use the time. 5 minutes for each speaker, please. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. These are very, very important questions. I'll start with the first person who asked about cascading this training to the different districts, including theirs. So again, this relates to the last question. Because to transfer these technologies to farmers, you need to recruit agents. So apparently, our biggest visibility has been mostly in the north, but right now we have actually created visibility in eastern Uganda. where we are working with cooperatives like BIASE, that is Bushika Integrated Area Cooperative Enterprises, to support their farmers. Okay, so I believe it may not yet be in your district, but we're coming there. But still, again, that's where I go back to the board and I say we need partnership to make sure that this technology reach every farmer in every corners. Somebody, again, I think it's the same person mentioned, and just to add a little bit, that if, for example, you have your farmer group who are organized, let's say maybe a cooperative, you can actually give us a call, or you get in touch with us. We can organize and we come and train your people, for example, how to access digital extension using our system. The second question was asking about power issues. Yes, this is a very big challenge, I think, countrywide. Even within the city here, we still get blackouts. So this is a problem out there, and we can only hope that perhaps the new authority that is coming in, that will be taking over from Umeme, will make power supply more visible across the country. But there are also other products, solar-related products, and I'm also glad to actually mention that we also distribute solar product, all right, still through our platform. So if a farmer, for example, is having challenges with accessing accessing power and water fuel, you can still link up with us. We can recruit you as an agent wherever you are, and you can be able to distribute the solar to different farmer groups across where you're located. How sustainable is your system? This is a very big question. Yes, sustainability is always a big problem. And as Limsa, our model is in a way that when, for example, we say we empower farmers to access credit, it's not like we're the one giving the credit, though we are moving in a direction where we want to be able to actually afford to give farmers the credit ourselves. So how we work is that we work with village agents. These village agents, each one of them is assigned different groups. So these groups are trained, they are organized, profiled, like I mentioned earlier on, and then they do what we call demand aggregation. The demand aggregated, now you can link it at based on the credit scoring. The demand aggregated is now, it comes to us and then we transfer it to a financial institution that we have a partnership with. Now this financial institution, again, we also have partnership with seed company. I think previously we worked with a Naseko seed. But again, this also answers the question of somebody who was asking, how do you work with NARO? This Naseko seed producers and water fuel, they're directly linked with NARO. They cannot sell seeds that is not authenticated by NARO. So we work with these companies to actually deliver these seeds or inputs to the farmers, because we do input loans. We do not do cash, because we believe there's a lot of challenge out there and farmers can easily divert the funds into other things instead of the inputs, if it is inputs in this case. So we make sure that these farmers' data and aggregated demand is sent to the microfinance institution that we work with as partners. Then the microfinance institution now sends the money or the fund to the input distributor. We don't touch that money. Now, the input distributor now sends the inputs and distribute to the farmers on agreed terms, how we have talked to them. How do we make our money? We basically get commission from the input distributors, because they're going to, for example, buy maybe like 100, maybe 100 tons of soybean seeds, okay, to distribute to farmers. If you're selling 1 kilogram of soybean seeds, you can buy it at maybe like 7,000. But because we are buying in bulk, we are going to negotiate, and they're perhaps going to give us like at 5,000. So we have a difference of 2,000. And this 2,000 is still the same profit that we share with the village agents who facilitate the process for farmers to access this. So that is how our sustainability comes in terms of input, loan, distribution. Then when it comes to market and weather information.
And lastly.
Yes,
okay.
Yeah. So I think I've handled the working with the NARO, and yeah, lastly, the subscription-based products, market, weather, and then agriculture insurance. Still, we have a small share out of that enables us to continue and make the business to run. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emom Limisa. Next, 5 minutes, please.
Start with the about that we can meet further and see how best we can collaborate. And then he also asked about how we are able to convince these farmers. I mentioned that we conduct an extensive research where we go to the field and look for these farmers. So we involve these farmers at every stage, even during the content design and even during the radio programs. During the radio programs, these farmers, they are able to listen to fellow farmers. Of course, they pick interest. And then this information is very important to them. Most of them have picked actually good farming practices. If you can check our YouTube channel. So the information is like valuable to them. So they actually listen in. The information is already valuable to them. Also, we created community listening groups where we give them radio sets that enable them listen to a particular radio program, and in those ones are able to, work together and be able to take part. Yes, and then someone mentioned about communicating to farmers in case of an outbreak. Of course, Farm Radio does not do that, but like I said, we have partners. We have partners from Ministry of Agriculture. We have extension workers, and these ones always take part in the radio programs. So in case of such, we always get that information and share it during the radio program. But it comes from the ministry and the extension workers. And then sometimes this comes from the data we gather. For example, you might find in Mukono district, for example, people complaining about a particular symptom on their cassava. You get, so you're able to, you can just raise awareness that this is this. I think it's, And someone mentioned about how sustainable is our systems. Sustainability has always been an issue, but we are currently working on a platforms project, and we work with our model. It's called a Green Leaf Magazine. What this Green Leaf Magazine does, it has different segments in a radio program. Have your weather, have your say partners corner. So in the partners corner, that's when we have different people coming in to advertise. So this, actually, even the radio stations have gained revenue from that small segment. It reached a time where the first phase of the platforms got done, but these radio stations even provided free airtime. Even the radio stations are able, because they have benefited a lot from this, they provided us with free airtime, and then the Partners Corner is able to generate some revenue that keeps the program sustainable. And data on gender, we have a very great emphasis on gender, so it helps us make sure all genders are represented, and in case there is a gender that's not represented, it helps us find out why aren't youth participating, what is the problem, so that we can, so that we can look for solutions. And how we encourage women participation using the Uliza Woman Ambassador. We always reward these women with gifts. People who have been active in listening to our radio programs, we reward them with gifts every month for the NBS Nature-Based Solutions project. And then we also include farmer voices at every stage. During content design, we invite farmers, female farmers, and then we invite these female farmers in the radio program. So when other farmers listen to these fellow farmers, taking part in the radio programs, they are encouraged to take part. And then we also have Her Voice. That is a segment in the Green Leaf Enterprise. So that one only allows only women to take part. And then most importantly, this information is very, very useful to them. So they actually take part. And these radio programs, like I said, during the formative research you carry out at the beginning of the project, all this information is gathered at the beginning. It's the farmers who tell us, no, we do not want this radio station, we want this one. And we want it at this time, because at this time we shall be in the garden. So with all that, it's them who make this decision, they're involved, so they actively take part. I think I've answered
And lastly,
all questions.
Very good. Thank you very much. Nakaenga, over to you, Buza. Farmer Center, 5 minutes, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Rachel. From the questions I received, one from the person from Botaleja who asked the time of opening and closing. Of course, Buza Farmers Call Center is opened at 8. because we also believe from, the gender studies that farmers wake up in the morning not to call, but to go to the garden. So our agents are always in the call center by 8 a.m. in the morning, and they don't sleep in the call center. And we don't have shifts for now because of some resource constraints. So we also close at 5:30. They go back home. But what we do is that we leave our call center PBX open so that if farmers call in the night, like let's say at 7 p.m. going upwards, we record all the numbers that call the call center system, and we trigger them with a message. If the message does not come, at least if the numbers are not very many, the agents are supposed to call so that they hear out what the farmer wanted. The response time, someone also questioned that sometimes they take long to respond. Yeah, so because that the call center is not only supporting farmers, it's also supporting people with market linkages, it's also supporting people with, I'm also supporting our sister company, Imashape, in the same call center. So there is always conflict of interest when the calls are very many at the peak hours of the day. So the calls are supposed to be in a queue, and if the person can't wait, then the call is supposed to be dropped. But we are working on that. We need to increase on the number of agronomists working in the call center so that they can cover all customers effectively at the same time. Then the lady from Fort Portal was saying coverage to areas like Fort Portal. I don't know whether that was addressed to me, but I tell you that because the number is toll free and it can be called from any point, any part of the country, you can call in and an agent will be able at least to speak to you in English. But as time goes on, we believe that we shall be adding on the number of agronomists working to address all languages across the country. Then there is a lady who was asking about the market linkages and the interests on the inputs loans. So I've already told you that Buza Farmers Call Center has existed for 5 years. And from the Buza Call Center, we were able to start another company called Imashape, which is an agricultural financial tech company that works as a microfinance. So as we finance the farmer, and we only finance using this model, we work with cooperatives, farmer groups. We rarely work with individuals. So we sign MOUs with the farmers who we are going to finance. And in the MOU, the interests are always stated, so they know that these guys are going to fund us for one acre of sorghum production. The interest after 4 months will be, let's say, 5%, and they'll be off taking or buying from us. So once they come on board, they always know the interest, and we work on a crop to crop basis. You see, the interest you can levy on sorghum, you might not levy it on groundnuts, you might not levy it on CMC, you might not levy it on the different crops you're supporting them to grow. And then the inputs. So because Imashape is supporting them with a financial card, which is a bank card, Imashape powered valve powered card, these people can get inputs from the nearby inputs retailers. So what Imashape does, we come and onboard the input retailers in your area, and then for us, we give them the point of sale terminals, and it's them to give the farmers the inputs. As they swipe the card, then the inputs retailer get the money. So we don't levy the interest on the inputs, but we levy the interest on the loan we give you for the time duration you've signed as a farmer group or as a cooperative in the MOU.
Lastly,
maybe give me
and
2 minutes.
very lastly,
in case of failure to explain an issue, Out of 5 years of experience, we've seen that some of the questions the farmers ask, over time you get to know that when they speak about these two symptoms or these two signs, there is a probability that this is highly the case in the area. So as a call center agent, we've also put off a WhatsApp number in the call center that if the person fails to explain what they are facing, they can take a photo and they share it on the number of the call center, on the number we use in the call center, and people can capture, can look at the photo, advise, or even forward to someone who can go and support them in the field. Lastly is the question from the ministry, from NARO. Yes, of course, we are supporting the crops and the research from NARO because the collaborations we've already done, let's say with Bukola Chemical Industries, with Naseko Seeds, and with other seed companies, we only push things that have been verified, proper for use by farmers. And he said, yes, about whether we don't have an agent for animal. So we have not yet incorporated an agent for vet because of one reason. This is dealing with the life of an animal, with the livelihood of a farmer. We don't want someone to talk about something which is related to livestock minus visiting the farmer. So we do not take calls about livestock. We might help to a certain degree, maybe prevention management, but we don't solve issues about livestock for the moment. To what extent the sustainability of the call center, as you've heard, the call center started 5 years back, and it gave birth to another company called Imaishape. So the revenue we levy from the farmers after giving them the services supports the call center agents, and that's how we've remained sustainable for all this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Buza team. I would like now to switch to another session. And of course, summarize for us that first of all, we want to thank you, our panel. Another round of applause, please, for our panel, for sharing what they do in the agricultural space, in the digital agricultural space. I noted that there are some people who have joined us. This is the session on women and youth in agriculture within emerging technological advancement. I am going to request that once you're here, please join us and listen attentively. We are discussing very pertinent things. I would like to thank my panel for sharing with us aspects on gender, very, very key, and youth. How are we encouraging or engaging with the youth to participate actually in the technological advancement of agriculture that is ongoing now? We can no longer ignore that ICT is a serious issue now in agriculture. And those of us who are still on the analog system, we want to encourage you that digital is here to stay, and actually FRI are already working with AI systems. So all of us, it is incumbent for all of us to actually get on board on this boat called the ICT for Ag. We cannot ignore it. We cannot underplay it. We can no longer afford to say those things are for young people because this is where the future is going. But also definitely ICT has a role to play in advancing women and youth participation in building competitive agri-food systems as per the theme that we are having for this year's National Agricultural Extension Week. With those very many few remarks, I'd like to thank my panel and invite them to take their seats while I invite another panel. Thank you very much. I'd like to invite another panel from CARE International. They are going to present to us a paper. I think it's a paper. It is a paper, one paper. Great. They are going to present to us a paper about empowering women in agriculture through digital innovations. I see on the program we have two presenters, Helen Alobo and Edton Babu Nyabahika from Care Dreams. You are alone. Helen is also here. She'll join you shortly to make that presentation. Care team, you are officially standing between us and lunch. So I want to invite you. Let us give them attention. There are two papers. You do one paper. Okay, so the team have decided to do one paper. Let us give them the time they need. And for any questions that you might have, please write them down. We will be able to ask the team to elaborate a bit more. And we give ourselves until 1:30 to have finished that session. Thank you very much. Over to you, Care team.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, moderator. I know we are standing between you and lunch. We'll be as brief. My name is Edton Babu. I work with Care International. And my colleague here in Arobo, you can wave, is in the house. This morning, we would like to share with you our digital innovations with regard to women, especially women in rural areas that are farmers. Care International has existed for 75 years, 52 of which in Uganda here, fighting poverty and inequality. It is important to tell you that we put women and girls at the center of everything that we do. Now, for the DREAMS project, DREAMS stands for Deliver Women Economic Resilience through Enterprise and Market Systems. We work with women, and the purpose is to strengthen their economic resilience and transition them from informal, micro, small, to medium enterprises. This project works in partnership with Government of Uganda, particularly Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Gender, Uganda Microfinance Regulatory Authority, and then Uganda Women Entrepreneurs Association and Post Bank. We believe that for agriculture to be sustained and liked, it must be treated as a business. We approach agriculture as a business. And we believe there are 4 areas, key areas, that either inhibit or stop women from growing their enterprises, especially in agriculture. One is access to tailored finance, agriculture financing, right-sized loans, flexible repayment terms, flexible guarantors, and all those loan history requirements. But we also believe that women must acquire the right skills for them to do value addition, for them to improve the quality of their farm products to attract big market. We also believe that if you do these two, you also need to tackle another serious issue, which is shifting gender norms. Women largely do not own land, and therefore they cannot authoritatively own what comes out of land, but also use it for collateral to get loans. And finally, we believe that we need to address gender digital divide, which is the subject of this discussion this morning. And so for us to lay our hands on the key digital issues that affect women in agriculture, we conducted a gender analysis and a detailed baseline survey. And we discovered there were 4 critical areas. One had to do with land ownership. The other had to do with access to finance, the issue of ownership of livestock and funds. Particularly on funds, we discovered when we interviewed we discovered that in terms of phone ownership, there has been a significant improvement because 67% of the women we interviewed at least had a form of mobile phone. Whether it was a feature phone or it was a smartphone, at least they had a phone. But when it came to digital literacy, then we discovered that the usage of the phone, especially for business and improving the agricultural output, was very low, as you can see. And then accessing the phone to do business was also a challenge. Now, in terms of phone ownership, majority own feature phones. So all these products that my colleagues have been talking about, I believe they use a feature phone. Otherwise, if they don't use simple digital phone, a feature phone, it will be very difficult because most women in rural areas do not own smartphones. 70% of them owned feature phones. And finally, when it came to accessing finances, using digital to access finance, majority of the women access their finances through mobile money. So mobile money technology is one of the biggest that the women are using. And also, in terms of usage for business, using phones for business, we discovered that only 26% of women in agriculture were using their phones for any form of business. So what we did as a program was to design a series of digital interventions to help the women. The first one, we work with Uganda Women Entrepreneurs Association on a digital platform called Isoko. Isoko is a marketplace, a place where women can be able to upload their products, be able to negotiate prices, be able to receive money without ever stepping foot out of their home. And this market is accessible not only in Uganda, because it's a regional-wide market. So through this, we have seen women being able to access markets for their products like honey and others across the country, including Tanzania, including Kenya, and other places. And we'll show you the data. We are also promoting a product called Chomoka. Chomoka, in partnership with Nsibuko and the New Grid, we want CARE is known for platforms for VSLA. And cumulatively, CARE has already trained and equipped over 500,000 VSLA groups. But particularly for this particular one, almost 1,000 are being trained to access financial services through their VSLA platforms and records. And how do we do this? We ensure that their digital records, one, are organized, and then through the New Grid, they are rated to create for them a credit score so that they are worthy. Because the reason why women do not access loans, sometimes they don't have a credit history. And so we are trying to create a credit history, but also we are working with Nsibuko in partnership with Finca for digital lending, so that these women can actually, again, without ever stepping out of their home, use their digital history that has been created through their VSLA platform to apply for a loan digitally and receive it digitally. We also work with Viamo on what we call interactive voice messaging. Interactive voice messaging, especially on GBV, gender-based violence messages. Because you realize as women get empowered, as they engage in agriculture and get money, violence increases at household level. So you need to find a way of addressing this violence. And we have different modules. We have engaging men and boys to understand and appreciate, but also what we call household dialogues, where families sit together. And so this blended learning is in such a way that some of the sessions can be physical, but other sessions they can access online and be able to ask questions. The last one, the digital solution that we have, is the one we are working with Post Bank. And most of you, especially our colleagues from the districts, You must have heard about Wendy. Wendy is a product that came out of CARE's partnership with Postbank on digital sub-wallet. Now, the Wendy platform helps women to be able to save their money online, but also be able to access money, access finances through different banks. So again, we are working with women, and over 2,000 women so far have been uploaded to get money for their products. We are working in partnership with GROW, which is generating growth for women entrepreneurs, the World Bank project, to ensure that most of these women that have been uploaded on Wendy access financing for their different projects across the value chain. And so this is our reach. I will not go through everything, but this is what we have been able to see across the continent because of digitizing women. And the lessons that we've learned from this, one, is that digital technology empowers women economically by opening up new markets. They don't have to go to the nearest market. They can access market without even stepping there through e-commerce platforms. Digital literacy also fosters innovation and competitiveness that allows for better customer engagement through social media and creating other platforms. And then as we conclude, we think there is need for government to increase infrastructure, digital infrastructure and connectivity in rural areas. Because then we realize even with feature phones at some point, they will need to be charged. And so I think the digital infrastructure in rural areas need to be enhanced for women to be able to do their business well. But also to reduce the cost of data. Because you realize however much you subsidize, and one of the members talked about the cost and sustainability. At the end of the day, business will make sense when women use phone, and the data is a big inhibitor, especially if they are moving outside these platforms that are being called and digitized. And finally, we need to foster household dialogues and male engagement to reduce violence related to the use of technology in a home. Like I said, when poverty is in a home, there is chaos. But also when there is money in a home all of a sudden, that you've not prepared the man and the woman to plan, there will be chaos. So we must work with the Ministry of Gender, with the District Community Services, Best Services Department, and all the others to sensitize our rural farmers and conduct household dialogues and visioning for joint planning and joint sessions, and then deliberately engage the male counterparts to break some of the social norms that inhibit women that are in business. I thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Edton. Very, very insightful presentation. Are there comments, questions from the room? You will need to remain up here with me to take the questions. I see some questions. Can we take a round of 3? I think, Helen, you can also be available to answer some of those questions. Can I have a mic moving around in the room? Yes, please go ahead, speak, please introduce yourself, where you're coming from, and then your question. Thank you.
Well, my name is Richard Miro Ufas. Thank you, sir, for the presentation. I wanted to know what's encouraging these women to take up these digital services out of what's the proportion? You can say I have 100 in a village. What proportion of that is taking up? And lastly, whether you are connecting them to markets, especially in the areas where it's about doing business, accessing loans, that the markets can be a source of income, and therefore they can invest in those other technologies. Thank you.
Next question.
Thank you very much. I'm Yargaba Beatrice Ufas. Almost in all programs for women empowerment, we find gender violence. So maybe we should do it differently. How can we ensure that whenever we're developing these programs, the family members appreciate so that they can accept and even support the women. I know most of them are cultural issues, but we need to tackle them before, because most women get discouraged. They start, and when they start experiencing, they just give up, and it's not sustainable. So how best can we do it?
You, next question.
Thank you very much. I had a similar thought, similar to that of Dr. Miro, and I really want to understand the magic, like you used to, bring these women, the rural women, to bring them into digitalizing their activities. Then I also wanted to understand if there are maybe documented lessons out there on the internet that we can borrow if we want to employ such interventions. Thank you.
Let's take a round of 5. Next question. Any further questions in the room?
Thank you. Once again, Ivan Abao from Naro. My question is, if we try to find out the role of men in encouraging women to participate in these interventions, because as you can see here, majority of participants are men. Now, if we design our interventions and we target women without involving their husbands, we risk having those interventions fail. So as Kaya International, have we taken a step to find out what role for the men play in encouraging women in participating in these interventions? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Last question of 5.
There are 2 hands.
The lady was the first, actually.
Thank you. I'm called Lisa Lusesa from UCDA. Thanks for the presentation, sir. I don't know whether I may have missed it out. I would like to know, in order for you to bring the women on board, women have unique challenges. For example, like we said, they can hardly access land. And there are those cultural norms that prohibit women from coming out at the front and from airing out their problems genuinely. What interventions have you done to ensure that you talk to these women at their level and find a way of them telling you they are airing out their challenges freely to you, so that you can be able to assist them or to bring them on board? Thank you.
Thank you very much. There was just one more question, so let me request the care team that you take a group of 6. For those of you that have further questions, because of time constraints, we will pick those questions. Use the break, use lunch, use evening tea to speak to the care team. They are still here. Thank you.
Thank you once again. This is Yada Amos, Odai from the land of Rice, Utaleja. My issue is on Wendy. I first heard Wendy when the PDM program had started currently. So if I'm not like a PDM beneficiary, can I also benefit from the Wendy program? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Those will be the questions we'll take to keep within time for our lunch. Let me request the care team, Helen and Edton, please, to respond to these questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I invite my colleague to respond to a few questions, then I will summarize. I'll sum it up. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Editon, for the presentation and all the questions that have come in. Just going to move in order of how they came in terms of what encourages women to take up digital solutions. one of the things that we should understand is that if an application or an app appeals to you, if something addresses your needs, then you look up to it. Now, we do what we call a gender analysis to understand what are the specific gaps, challenges that women face in a specific area. And Editon mentioned that one of the key things that came up was that they had a literacy gap in terms of digital. So women are not confident enough to even hold the phone, to even touch the phone. So that is the first thing that you have to address. So training them how to hold the phone. They even fear the smartphones. You know, by the first time a smartphone appears in a group, you even see the panic. Others are excited. What is it about? So that is what we have to deal with, the fears of the women. So you're not just going to say, boom, today we've brought a digital app, it works for you. We have to deal with the fears of the women in terms of taking up these apps, in terms of utilizing the digital application. So that's what we do. And that's what we are doing through the Dreams Project. So we make sure that the service that we are providing appeals to them. For instance, the iSoko, you know, they need market for their products. From where they are, considering the burden of care that they have, considering the limited movement that they have, and they know that they can market their products from their homes. They can actually sell when they are at home. I mean, that is something that appeals to them and resonates with them. Are we connecting them to the market? iSoko is a market app. Editon mentioned that. It's a market app. How can we ensure that family members support women in their projects? Just like I mentioned, the gender analysis will tell us what are the specific issues that women have. And we've done a gender study for this specific project, understanding that the men are the power holders. But in addition to men, we also have other reference group that were considered mothers-in-law, the elderly women in their homes, that actually restrict the fact that as a young woman that has been married, you're not going to begin claiming produce from the farmland. When the son is there, she's not going to allow you go to the market that you're going to sell the coffee or you're going to sell the products when the son is there. She's not going to allow you own the income or control the income. In other words, they'll begin saying you're controlling her son. So these studies help us to know who are the reference group, who are the gatekeepers of the norms, like she mentioned. The specific norm, land ownership, who owns land, who controls land, who controls the output of that land, who controls the machinery, who drives the machines, who takes the ox plows and goes to the farm, who drives the tractors. So this we get to know who is in charge of what. And so we get to engage them. And we get to work with them. In addition to the gender analysis of dreams, we have actually done another one, which showed that 90% of the extension workers are men. And majority of the men were not comfortable with these extension workers working with their women. Personally, at a personal level, where you've now asked, we are going to the farm with this person, a man and a woman, that is not acceptable. Why are you moving with my wife? Some women have actually mentioned that they have been beaten because they were found with the extension worker who is doing the right thing, helping her in her farm. So, basically what we have to pick up from this is we do what we call the household gender dialogues, but we also do the engagement of men and boys, which are our gender transformative models in terms of transforming the harmful norms around these issues around land, issues around mobility of the women, issues around communication. So at household level, we're getting to look at
the man and the woman and any other gatekeeper in that household to be able to discuss, if we have 1 acre of land, what does it mean for us? How can a woman also be able to say, from the 1 acre of land, I want us to plant coffee, and the money from the coffee does A, B, C, D. Not just the man waking up and appearing with the coffee seedlings. We've had instances where the man just shows up with the goats and tells the woman, the goats are here, start taking care of. The training was done to the man on rearing the goats or taking care of the coffee. The woman does not have any information at all. So how can this man, after attending the training outside there, is able to come and share this knowledge with the woman, or they are able to go together? So we also look at the capacity building of the extension workers to be able to encourage the men. When you invite the men for the training, when you invite, the people for the training, if they are married people, invite them together with their spouses. We know that the labor of production, the labor in production in agriculture is offered, majority of it is offered by the women. But the training and the education on agriculture is given to the men. So in this instance, we want the men to be able to bring the women on board and share this information and knowledge. And this is done through the household dialogue. And then in terms of the steps we've taken to involve men, it's a part of our program. As much as CARE works with women or puts women and girls at the center, we consider women our impact group. However, we work with the men. And we work with the men to be able to support, but also understand the issues of the women and involve women in every stage of business, of agriculture, of farming, so that women are able to make reasonable decisions. So our discussions with the men are aligned to the issues that the women usually pull out during the gender analysis. They will tell us what they want to discuss with the men. So for this project specifically, the women wanted the issues around access, but they also want to control the output from the land. Because they say during the farm season, the love is good. During the harvest, the beating is high. That's when you hear more beatings. So it's a time when we want to have, so we bring the men on board that the beatings don't need to happen when harvest has happened. So those are the topics that the women give us. The issues that they bring is what we encourage, what we bring during the engagement of men and boys. What interventions to help women speak up? What we call the building women's agency. So we have models, gender transformative models, one that we call women's voice and leadership, in terms of building the voice or encouraging women to speak up. So the model stems from the aspect of training the women, encouraging the women, mentoring the women to be able to speak up on issues that affect them. So as much as we can speak on behalf of women, as CARE, we want the women to speak out their issues on their own. It is the issues that affect them, not affect us. So we do the training and the modeling for them to be able to speak up, but we also build their confidence. Understand that women have a challenge in terms of their self-esteem. From childhood, you have been raised as a carer, to be at home. And now you have been told you're coming to Silver Springs and you have to speak about your issues, the issues that are affecting you. So you have to deal with her self-esteem. Does she even feel that she's worthy of going to Silver Springs? She's worthy of entering that vehicle. Does she have the confidence to be able to speak up on the issues that affect her and affect other women? Thank you.
What can I add? Just one question only, because I think the professor of gender here has done justice to most of the questions. Wendy is not a PDM application. It started way before PDM even was rolled out. We tested it in Rubirizi and Ushenyi. Specifically, it was that time called the digital sub-wallet. And it was helping women to save and was more accessible, especially during COVID, due to mobility in movement. Government has now liked the app and they spread it to PDM. But all of you in the room, even now, you can actually apply, upload, and become a member. So it's an open application. You only need some training to benefit and be able to use it. But it's not a PDM application. It is an application that is helping, especially people that would want to access financial services from banks, to have their records captured, their records organized, and be able to move forward. So you can all join Wendy and be able to transact and benefit, including Isoko. These are open applications that really you can utilize for you to be able to move forward. So, yes, yeah, proportions. The proportion are moving steadily now. According to our last survey, is around 35%. Yeah, so it is increasing steadily, not as we would want because of other challenges, but at least we are seeing 35% of the women have been able to access, to upload, and are excited. And what now we are doing with Nsibuko is to make these 35 agents, digital champions and agents in their communities, so that now they can recruit more. And there is that multiplier effect. So that if it's a SACCO or a VSLA, and you have 2 or 3 women that are digital champions, then you will equip them to bring on board the rest of the members. So that's why we are doing it, and hopefully we believe that the percentage is going to grow. Thank you so much.
Thank you, CARE team. Thank you for that wonderful presentation. We are slightly over time by 5 minutes, but I want to thank you all for listening and for coming for this session on this parallel workshop. I would like now to invite all of us for lunch, and we will have now the side events happening after lunch. With those very many few remarks, I would like to thank you for being an attentive audience. Very insightful questions. I hope our rapporteurs have taken the issues and the matters arising. I take this opportunity to welcome you again for our side event, where we shall be able to talk more about our AgriPath program as Kilimo Trust, and also other digital interventions that we have implemented, and of course share our lessons learned. With those very many few remarks, thank you very much, and enjoy your lunch. Bon appetit.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome from after lunch. Hope you had a good meal. Just to get your attention, would like to apologize for any inconvenience caused, especially in the change of the room. But we are going to continue our interesting session, hearing from the various stakeholders, hearing the various stories. What is AFAS doing on ground? How is AFAS leading the digitalization process in Africa? How are we engaging with you, our stakeholders? All this is going to be discussed right this afternoon. As we are still getting members moving from the other side of where we were this morning, I'm going to just give ourselves just a couple of minutes to make sure that we have our setup ready. And our agenda is going to be a pretty brief one, but a simple and exciting one. And we shall be having dialogue and discussing critical issues in agricultural extension and various services. Pertinent to Uganda, and others will be able to cut across to other respective regions or countries in the region. Let me just wait to hear from Bashir if the presentation is ready. So we are going to have one of the presentations from one of our digital connectors who is going to be able to tell us what they're doing on ground. And the digital connectors is one of the projects that AFAS has been involved in, and you'll be able to hear more. Let me welcome Julius to come and present, give us his presentation on the digital connectors. Julius, please.
So, good afternoon. So my name is Julius Wawero. I'm a digital connector under KEFAS, the Kenyan wing. So I'm going to present on the digitization bit of extension. And as I was listening to some speakers yesterday and today, there are so many questions and so many things that have been asked, and maybe, I say maybe, if we can there was an issue on farm planning. Somebody had asked something about farm planning. Then been an issue on commercializing the digital extension, especially for private extensionists. There've also been a question on value of service that's being offered, whether there is also a link to market. There's also been a question on whether the agronomists or the extension officers have history of the clients they address. I've been noting all these questions. There've also been a question of partnerships in relation to maybe recent policies that only the government can offer, whether there is a linkage between the private practitioners and the public sector. Was here in the morning, and I wish I could recall his rip from him. The presentation was about preparing young people to make money in the agri-food system. Can we recall that presentation? Can we recall that presentation for the young people? Yeah, I guess I gained so much from him. And if there were the digital connectors in other countries, I wish we could just get that presentation. It was preparing young people to make money in the agri-food sector. So it had 3 tenets. There was an issue on how to make your IAS visible. That was one of the tenets. Then there was, how do you provide evidence? Do you recall that? Then there was an issue of how you start your IAS business and let clients speak for you. You get all those things? I don't know. His 3 key points, right? So, I can say that I'm one of the beneficiaries. I'll start by saying that I'm one of the beneficiaries of the ART project. And when the proposal came and we wrote, there was some grilling and sort of, and a few of us were selected. And from that time, that's what we've been doing. And before I got to where I am right now, my proposal was on delivery of quality seedlings for farmers, because I had realized that there are challenges of farmers accessing quality seedlings. But with time, I realized that the same farmers didn't have quality extension services. So they would tell you, I have the seedlings. How do I plant? I have the seedlings. How do I manage them? Right? Then from there, apart from acquisition of seedlings, there was an issue of their existing farmers who have challenges. You see, there was an issue of the product. Now there's another issue of the service. So this is it. So the topic is leveraging digital technologies in agriculture extension and advisory service delivery. I'll try to be very fast, but maybe if you have questions, I'll tackle them. So, Bashir, next slide. So, agriculture extension and advisory services are essential for enhancing productivity and sustainability in agriculture. And farmers have been facing barriers in accessing reliable information due to limited traditional extension services and difficulties finding credible agro-dealers and reliable agronomists. These 3 questions have been asked. There has been a question on reliable information, reliability of information, then the traditional model of extension, then there is an issue of credible agro-dealers, something that have been mentioned in this room for so long. Then there is also an issue of where can I get a reliable extensionist. Before we broke for lunch, those questions were still asked. So my innovation will showcase how digital technologies can improve yes, delivery, making it more accessible for farmers and still making money for me. So this is the problem statement. One, I've just categorized them into two. There is insufficient extension advisory services that hinder informed decision making and productivity. That's in the Kenyan context, but I believe the whole Africa is suffering the same thing. Then there is the second one on agriculture extension policy setbacks. I will not talk about policies because there are so many things about policies. So this is the general objective. We have a current state of IAS and the delivery option. The current state is the traditional model that is being used. We'll see how the digital delivery is working. So, of the specific objectives is, we've already accessed the existing model, the traditional one. Now we want to see how the digital ones are working. Then there's evaluation of the role of the digital tools. I'll show you how I've leveraged digital technologies to create jobs for me, for other people, and to also deliver services. Then obviously we'll get to see we'll be able to explore the different digital technologies that. So these are the methodologies that I'm using. So there's the social media. I run an X platform where I hold spaces every Monday. For those spaces, I give information for free. Then there's the website. I'll be showing you the website. Then I've also developed an e-learning platform. So for reach and engagement, those are in the social sites. These are just the discussions. Yeah, so you can click for me now the link to show. Yet to completely load. So this is the model. And this is now the extension bit. You can see there's the trainee and a trainer. The training are the clients. The trainers are now how I've been able to create jobs. The trainers are people who have the knowledge, the skills to offer services. The trainers have their own packages that they offer to the trainees. But for you to be the trainee under this model, you must register, and that's how we earn. So I'll just go to the home page. I'll show you how. So this is how the model works. The theme is transforming local agriculture communities, one farmer at a time. It has different tenets. I'll just open the tenets for the sake of time. There is trainings, the Kilimo extension approach. The Kilimo in essence means agriculture. So the Kilimo extension approach has three facets. We've realized that there is a disconnect between people who are in school, the interns, the people who are practicing agriculture but without knowledge, Then there's the old people who have a lot of knowledge. So I'll start with the Kilimo Extension Network. Under the Kilimo Extension Network, there are some tenets here. I have several nurseries that I propagate and sell seedlings. I'll not talk on that. But there's number 2, agro-based service linkages. We've had issues where people have raised concern about the credibility of agrochemicals. So with this model, I've been able to zone. Like let's say this is ginger. In ginger, we've been in a position to gather credible agrochem companies or people who offer credible services. These people, they register, and after they register, they have their account in this model. And if you want any service, any agrochem service, you can be able to reach them. This is how I gain money. For them to register to be in my platform, they have to pay for registration that is renewable after every 1 year. Then there's
Hello? We are so sorry. Okay? Everybody's here. Most of the people are here. Not so? Let me see the people who are going for Kilimo Trust. Kilimo Trust. Please go to Muyenga 2. Okay? Because we said we need we are about, 40 people. We have over 100 people here. Okay? I know that everybody came in and this was going on. Okay? And who was going for agroecology, the smart projectors, the whatever? Where are we?
ability is. The top downs are usually basically top down, that's what it says. And the relational one is in between and usually not very sustaining, but unless you put mechanism to sustain it, in other words, farmers have to be involved in it, digitalization and all that kind of thing. Next, please. So what are the key elements for scaling? I'm talking about scaling of technology and innovations. I'm not talking about extension methods so far. So scaling, you have to have sustained interventions and learning over time. It's not a 3-year project, a 5-year project, no. You have to have appropriate policies and institutional support continuously. So put in policy and put institutional system. 3, you have to have those technologies and innovations in place. You have to have human capital. If you don't have human capital, you can't sustain it. You have to expand, range, and strengthen capacity of scaling pathways. In other words, this is pathways all the way from research, agribusiness, financial services, extension workers, and the farmers. That's what they call it, extension pathways. You have to have continuous generation, dissemination, and access of appropriate technologies, knowledge, and information. Those are the ingredients that make scaling sustainable over a period of time. And let me not confuse you a little more, but these are the kind of drivers for scaling out. I've already talked about policy and organizational framework. Human capital, essential. Communication and management, knowledge management is very essential. Funding and funding mechanism. Let me go into this. Funding has to be sustained. That's one. In other words, don't have, let's say, 500 million today, and then tomorrow you are dropping it to 0. Then the next day you are increasing it to 200. It has to be sustained. Because farming is a continuous process. You don't need a drop. Advisory service is continuous. You have seen from seed to agronomy, harvesting, post-harvest, trading, and all those things. It's continuous if you follow the value chain. And then the funding arrangement is not sufficient to say that agriculture has been provided with hypothetically 500 billion shillings this year. You have to ask yourself, how is that money distributed? Is it only at the center? If only it's at the center, you have to give it 40%. How much of it goes to the districts, to the local government, and for what purpose? How much of it goes to the lower units, including farmers, to generate demand? It has to be structured. The funding arrangement has to be structured so that the resources go to where it is needed most, which is on the ground level. And of course, it has to be monitored rigorously and followed on what it is doing, what not doing. You have to form partnerships and collaboration at all levels. To say government is going to do it alone, that's not work, it doesn't work anymore. Partnership you form at the level, at the ground level. Partnership you form at sub-country level, at the district level, at regional level, at national level. And partnership means forming with private sector, with NGOs, with other institutions, doing scaling and extension. Partnership with the funding agencies and all that thing has to be done, and it has to be done. It has to be made a policy and a system put in place to allow for that kind of partnership. Yeah. And this now comes to methods and approaches and tools. And the most common method, which is good for scaling, is participatory approaches. And some of the tools I'll be presenting, like digital tools and so on and so forth. One of the things is you can't do scaling if what you are scaling doesn't create jobs and employment. They have to do that. It has to bring money in the pockets of the farmers, of the extension workers, and all the actors who do scaling. So these are the critical elements. Now going to the role of extension and advisory service in scaling. The areas that they provide services in is production, we know, post-production. But they have to do business planning and marketing, help in marketing. Not that they do it. They have to help in organizing farmers. Brokerage. Basically, brokerage is basically linking with markets, financial services, pricing, and so on and so forth. Advocacy. We have to help with the advocacy and, of course, in networking among the system. So these are some of the challenges in delivery of extension advisory services. We know it that there is an issue of enabling policy and institutional arrangements. We talk of pluralism. At times it remains as a policy, but no institutional arrangement to help incorporate private sector and involve them in delivery of services. There's poor coordination and islands of interventions. You find that there are pockets of interventions which are not good enough for scaling. And then there is a diversity of needs and knowledge by extension agents. In one agro area is a different need and a different knowledge. In another one is a different need and a different. So there has to be a diversity of capacity, information, and knowledge supply to extension workers. I think yesterday I mentioned it. There's a problem of platforms for experiential learning. It used to be done at the center. It happens that probably this is the only forum for experiential learning for extension workers now. And all those who play a role in scaling technologies. I don't know whether there's any. Does anyone know of any other forum? What I know is when I was in government, there used to be an annual event for experiential learning, among others, which is no more. Without this, there's a problem. And then we know inadequate expert pool of capacities and systems. That's capacity is the problem. Capacity. And yes, in terms of numbers, but also skill set for extension workers. And then limited diversity of extension providers. You don't need agronomists only. You need people who can help with post-harvest. You need those who can help with partnership. You need facilitators. You need people who do brokerage. You need all kinds of skills. You need social workers to help in organizational issues and so on. It's no longer the system we are running now, the farming system, the value chain, the food systems. It's multi-dimensional in terms of skills requirement. And therefore, there is also limited resources and impact data. And they will all ask you, what is the impact of extension? So the problem is, if there's limited resources and capacity and human capital, so what impact will you have anyway? But you can say there's impact in Ethiopia. They have moved from a food deficit to a food exporter. The same thing is Rwanda, Malawi, some of those places. So there is of concept of delivery of extension, especially when the ratios move from some places 1 to 10,000, 1 to 800, for example, even 1 to 1,000. There's an impact. Okay, so I think that's it. So let's go. I'm gradually moving into our area where we are going to talk about, because I have to bring it broadly and then I can narrow it down. What we know is, in extension, there is no best fit. Different models and methods work differently, different places. That's what we know. So you can't say you are going to apply this model universally. You have to apply it based on situation. So let's say you are in Kenya, you go into a place which is where is very heavy agribusiness. In other words, there's commercial farming, and you say you are going to do a participatory approach. That doesn't work. So the different models work differently in different places. Yeah. So they have to be customized based on situation. But these are some of the broad categories. We have, as we know, there's public delivered, there's public-private partnership, and then there's a pluralistic extension model. Private-public partnership usually work with, I think BIDCO does that, isn't it? BIDCO. BIDCO is an palm oil farm. And they are planted some palm oil and so on, and it's a sort of public-private partnership. That's one of them. Now, some pluralistic non-public categories. These are non-public categories. There's farmer cooperatives, there are NGOs, there are social enterprise. These ones provide services and generating revenue through sales of products or services. Then there's market-based. In others, these are input suppliers, companies, and so on. Then there are knowledge brokerage. And I think AgriConnect started as knowledge brokerage, and they are moving into a bigger model, which is called bundled business services. I think it provided it well. And then there is purely private sector who provide fee for services. Usually they provide fee, you have to pay, especially these are suited for emerging commercial farmers and so on, who usually don't need a full-time extension worker, and they bring them as and when is required. Move, please. Move, Semo. Now, let me go to business models. Why do we use private sector? And we call them now business models. Because that's a new terminology, by the way. Instead of private sector delivery, it is a business model. And they usually move into bundled business model because you have to make money from a bundled service what you are providing. What we know is access to extension is very limited. Private sector is closer to farmers. Private sector play multiple roles along a whole value chain. Business motive, there's a business motive. And therefore, they have a higher awareness of new technologies, new varieties, pest control methods, and so on and so forth. Generally, they usually have generally higher educational level than the surrounding farmers and actors. That's one of the justifications. Move, please. Just flash all of them. These are some of the acronyms which are used in some mixed public-private. Like, we are aware of farmer field schools. This is mixed public-private. And then this is a Rwanda one, Tuhingire Muhinzi extension model. Rwanda has been successful in getting very mixed models where there's private sector, and there are all kinds of extension models, farmer-led and so on, which is mixed up. And then recently there's innovation platforms, which is pushed by some institutions. Now let's go to purely business models with bundled services. There's a village agent model. Now they call it community agent model, which is at one time championed by AGRA. We have rural business development services. Can you move? It is VBA. This VM is a village agent model. And then all these are sort of acronyms, and some of them actually are more or less the same. Some use farmers, some use cooperatives, some use agro-dealers, and so on. There's village chain extension. Village chain extension really is about they follow the value chain and they pick the best points of who can provide services. And so these are just some of the elements of business bundle service providers. So I'll go into agro-food. This is just an example because these are the most widespread service providers, either formally or informally, but they do provide services. Quite frankly, they are probably the ones who do virtual service provision. They call them very frequently. Even when you want something to do with banana weevil and so on, you call them. Or you have this one. That one is no longer there. This one is the best one now. No, this is the one. If you have, yeah, those are the ones who now provide services. And they provide it to you instantly, and you go and look for it. So this is, so why should we have them? Why? Again, limitations in public service provision. And actually in Africa, agri-food providers are almost everywhere. And public extension are very few or absent. They play multiple roles. They provide a lot of information in addition to input and new varieties. And they're usually in touch with researchers, actually. So they get updated information from them. So getting new technologies, new varieties, and so on and so forth. And again, they have generally high education level. And some of them actually employ agronomists as well, the bigger ones. And they have high potential to absorb new skills and knowledge to increase range of services and therefore increase incomes. Yes, please. But they need retooling because a typical agro dealer is really not an extensionist. But some do employ extensionists for themselves. And some of them retool themselves based on the issues at hand. So we need to support them in dissemination. How do you disseminate instead of receiving just calls? How do you do it? The technique of dissemination of technologies. Developing, how do you help farmers develop networks? And also retooling them in, they have to move a step further in organizing producers to form groups and associations and link farmers to markets. All these services, they have to help farmers do it. And in some of these things, they can get a fee out of it because we have seen them do so. Facilitate access to credit and financial resources, facilitate and enhance availability of quality farm inputs, developing platforms for knowledge sharing, knowledge acquisition and use of digital platforms, and some planning and monitoring skills. These are skills which they will need. And this will form part of their bundle services for a small fee, one way or another, especially if it is digitalized. Now let's move to the next. Now, one of the things in this kind of models and any model, you can't run away from ICT extension delivery. I don't know how many platforms I have, moreover, just on WhatsApp, on getting advice. Even where do I buy a seed, a variety? Where do I sell this? And so on. Where I live, actually, there's a platform for farmers who are workers in the city who have farms. And they sell their commodities, their chicken, their egg, and so on. The way they advertise, they don't advertise an egg anymore. They advertise a cooked egg. No? All kinds of things. And when they're advertising the meat, it is cooked meat, the best way, pilau and all that kind of thing. So they're advertising very well. So a digital platform is a must for extension. And extension, when we are talking about extension, we are talking about the whole chain, the group system, including banking sector, financial sector, marketing, and all that kind of service that is required. Includes research, academia, and all that kind of thing. Yeah, next. Yes, please. Move. So why do you have to digitalize? It increases your reach and accessibility. It enhances knowledge sharing. It is data-driven decision-making process, one of them. It is very cost-effective. You can get personalized advice if you want. It is real-time, it gets real-time update. It empowers women and youth and all those actors who need empowerment. You can easily scale it once the backbone has been set up. You can integrate it with very many services. I've talked of financial services. I've talked about marketing. I've talked about all the other value chain actors, aggregators, off-takers, and all very easily integratable. Yeah. So these are some examples of digital tools in extension that are now in play. There's digital advisory services, you can see them already. There's WhatsApp, SMS, and so on, e-extension platforms, and so on, mobile apps, online training and capacity building. I think we saw e-learning. Now, this one I put in red. That's the next frontier of digital service. Building a marketplace, which I'm going to talk about very briefly. But Nangaka, if he can talk a little more, he's our ICT expert here. This is the new frontier. And Uganda is one of the countries which we have already launched yesterday. The minister launched that project. And Uganda is one of the 5 countries in Africa where marketplace is going to start operating. This is basically a multifaceted platform in one place. So when I'm talking about a marketplace, I'll bring it later on. So let me just go through it. We have social media. These are really some of the things we know. Digital farmer profiling, it brings it on, online monitoring and evaluation. By the way, all these things I've mentioned there is now bundleable in digital marketplace by a click of your finger. Let's move on. These are some of the tools that is applicable. Mobile device, social media, mobile apps, e-learning platforms. This is more or less the same, but this is a lot more, including satellite imaging, artificial intelligence, online survey, digital payments. All of it can be bundled there. GIS information, and so on and so forth. Next. Now, digital platforms, the marketplace, you can't run away from artificial intelligence. So it will deploy artificial intelligence and machine learning in the process. So when we launch the marketplace, it will be enhanced with AI and machine learning. Why should we do it? Why should we have these 2 elements into it? Because it is more precise, efficient, effective, leading to improved agricultural productivity and sustainability. Some of the roles of AI and ML are predictive analytics, personalized recommendations. In other words, you can actually have your own, which gives you a personalized information on what you need. It will give you instant answer. Automated decision support system, it can give you crop disease detection, farm robotics, natural language processing, farm management software is there, weather forecasting, even soil analysis can give you some, especially where data is available. It gives you supply chain optimization. So in other words, it links you to all value chain systems. Move on. So this is, I think you bring all of it together. Innovation marketplace is really like you walk in a marketplace. Let's call it a big rural market. When you walk in a big rural market, you'll find sellers and buyers of goods, commodities, information, knowledge. You can go to the market and just come back with information. Do you know in that village, there was this, that. There was a very bad storm and so on and so forth. If you just want information of what is happening in that area. You know that they stole so-and-so's cows in that. And they got the thief in the market and so on and so forth. In other words, somebody can say, yeah, I saw that cow. You post that picture of a cow, and somebody will tell, we have seen it. It was slaughtered in such and such a place. So it's sort of a policing as well. Now, it is almost exactly like that. Okay? There are those who want to sell and those who want to buy. There are those who go and say, I want exactly this. You go and look for it. There are those who have not made up their mind, and they walk around and say, I think this is what I want. So it's really typically a marketplace. If a researcher wants a certain information, even if it is just data on XYZ, and post it there. If an academician wants certain information, post it there. If he's selling an e-learning material, we'll post it there. For extension workers, and so on, you can post it there. So e-learning will be there and so on and so forth. So you to go where you want to go. There will be financial service providers. Just click. Okay? And there's, of course, going to be monitoring tools and so on. So you're not going to run away from it. Let's say you have got the PDM money and you go and marry your first wife or second. It's going to catch you because the next thing is going to ask you, provide data on what you have bought. And constant information as you progress. So if you have bought a wife instead of a cow, you get caught because that information will be passed to the monitors and they come and find out. So all this thing is extremely critical, even for our own setting. Because yesterday I was interrogating on how the PDM money is working, and it is. I'm not government, so I can say it is not the best example. So this would be a good tool for government, the big government to work on, and the small governments to adhere to. So basically, there's what they call the supply side. These are technologies, approaches, methods, funds, grants, partners, knowledge, and all that kind of thing. You can go on and on and on. And you can build it and expand on the scope of what it can do as you move along. Then there are people who demand those services and technologies and inputs. So people want innovations and technologies. They want market data, the information on technologies, policy options, partnership building, financing, and all that kind of thing. It goes. This is really the farmers, or it can be extension workers and so on. And these are the middle people who use it. They're interested in networking, matchmaking, brokerage, who can standard regulations, incentives, subsidies, challenge funds, and so on. Crowdfunding platform will be there, and so on and so forth. So this is really what kind of the marketplace we are talking about. So I think that's end my presentation, but Daniel can give a little more on that, because we can't run away from this. This is where we are moving, and this is one of the mechanisms you can increase the range and reach of your messages. And you can incorporate, it is not specific for anybody, but it's for all who are interested in using that platform. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You have heard the strides are being made. We are moving each day, and the direction that we are moving has been clearly spoken. It's digitalization. If if in your vocabulary you have no idea of what digitalization is, we are now bringing digitalization onto your palm. For those who are interested and want to get knowledge, the digital marketplace is coming to solve that problem. It's going to be a hub whereby you'll be able to have access to wide variety of services at different stages. If you're a farmer and you need seedling, good seedling, you can find it there. If you're an agro dealer and you want to sell your product, you'll find it there. If you're looking for knowledge, in the morning we were talking about knowledge about avocados, and you want to know how to grow your avocados, the marketplace will be able to be there. So it's the center of all services, digitized right on your palm. That is just in whole summary of what it is. Just okay.
The other day, I wanted a variety of groundnuts, and they sent it to me. Okay, I planted it, and it was 40% germination. Okay, if you're on this platform, immediately I'll post it, and those who are users of that program will say, see? And immediately, if there's a strong quality assurance from the Ministry of Agriculture, they should be able to use it. Not only agricultural seeds and so on, but all other inputs. We have seen how corrupted input system now is. So we should be able to provide a tracking mechanism of all inputs that go. So I think that's one of the elements that, sorry to say it, but sorry I interrupt you.
It's okay. Thank you very much for that. So just watch your space, keep your ears to the ground. Hopefully next year we shall be having at least, let me just break the silence. Next year, during the Africa Agriculture Extension Week that will be held in Malawi, we shall be launching the platform. It will be going live on that day. So right now, some developments are happening, user testings, and we shall be able to reach out to some of you to be able to test this platform. Just keep your ears to the ground and we seek your cooperation. Just quickly, we're going to have just a short video from Dr. Miro. And after this short video, Dr. Joshua is going to come and make at least a presentation of the findings that came out of the stakeholder engagement. Hope Dr. Miro, the video is ready. I think we are experiencing some technological issues there. The audio can't come. I think as the technical team is trying to solve those time issues, I'm going to request Dr. Joshua to come and proceed with his presentation and the findings of the stakeholder engagement.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, ED, for setting the pace for me. It's exciting to be here once again. I was here yesterday in some other shoes, so today I'm here putting on other shoes today. Once again, I'm Joshua Isiko. I'm here to give you, I'll call it headlines of the results of the stakeholder engagement for the extension stakeholders in Uganda, which was held a few months ago. Before I give you the headlines, I'd want just to give you a brief description of what we call value chain analysis, because it's a methodology that we use to arrive at the findings that we are sharing today. Value chain analysis is derived from the word value and analyzing how value moves from one point to another. And the connotation here is that every extensionist is moving value, which we call knowledge, from one point to another. Before a technology becomes a technology, those people start with knowledge and turn it into a technology. But even that knowledge, that technology to reach you, it moves with knowledge along it. So we were trying to trace what is the origin of extensible knowledge and where does it end along the value chain. Who is doing what where? Who is killing the value and who is amplifying the value of knowledge? Because it is either that there is somebody killing the value of knowledge in Uganda, that we are not where we are, or we haven't discovered how to amplify this value and get the benefit out of it. So this process looks at which products along the journey are you going to create. It also looks at what activities are entailed in creating that value. You can even go as far as costing, how much it costs to create a unit of that value product. And then you can understand the struggles and use the same kind of tool to understand what strategies you could best design. So for Uganda, this was the methodology. 26 to 27th of August 2024. That's about 3 months, I would say, 2 or 3 months. We had to bring about 50 stakeholders in the room. And those stakeholders were tasked with one big job: to follow the value along the extension system. The tools we used were pre-designed. You see me here putting on this shirt. I also told you yesterday that I have just learned to work with the government as a support person. So in there, we've come up with tools that are very, very interesting to do value chain analysis. So they are pre-designed. We give you the tool and you use it to do the analysis. And the team of 50 was put into 5 groups. And each of them was given a task to think through using the tool which guides them. And when they finish, they would submit, present, and then we sit down and synthesize what they have given. And now repackage it as an output, which we'll share with you today in a summary. That work took about 16 hours. Since there were 5 groups, you would multiply that and get about 60 plus man hours. Because literally in work or in productivity, I look at man hours. So if I want to have a whole year in just a week, I get people who are equivalent to a whole year. And I'll have achieved a whole year in just 1 week. That's what we call man hours. This is one of the key results in those 2 days. We were trying to look at what are the different products you can sell in agriculture extension and make money. And this is a complex, we call it a value product complex of the agriculture extension system. So you have 16 extensible value products. The first one here is a research publication. Professor here in the university is a master of that. Every day they are churning out publications. Unfortunately, they even charge them to publish. That's what annoys me. You do a very good job to spend all your energy, the time and money, put together very good knowledge, and they ask you to pay to be published. You don't sell. You don't earn money. You see? How many dollars do they charge you? Can you imagine? So he's telling me that most of the high class, they call it ranked as high impact journals, charge you about $3,000 to put there one paper. Open access for free access, moreover. And some of them charge you, those who ask you to give and they also charge us to use, may be higher. Because there are those whereby you cannot access that paper for free. Yes. Exactly. So he's telling me there's another model you may publish for free, but they eat money on your behalf. Isn't it? So you give them what to sell, which is a very serious product. And they charge whoever is going to read it. Then they eat that money on your behalf. They don't give you even a shilling. What you have is just to keep using it in your profile and CV that you have 30 papers, 50 papers publication. So that's one key product. It's a very fundamental product in extension. All these technologies, I told you yesterday that I'm a developer of a feed analysis, feed formulation tool. I just go to internet and read people's publications about new inclusions and go to the back end and adjust the rules. And when you use it, you get the cheapest formula from my tool. The publisher has not even earned anything because I used knowledge. Then the second step value product is the extension profession training materials and information. And this, the number one that we do not sell, and yet it is very expensive and institutions do not pay attention to, is the curricula. The curricula is a package. If I am designing a curricula for extension, I need to get all the published extensible information and package it into a curricula to make this person be the game changer in the system. Now, unfortunately, because we do not look at it as a product, a university may never even sometimes budget for developing a curricula. They leave professor here to hustle on his own, somehow, sometimes. But I could even make money from training material. Me as a person and package training booklets. They use textbooks. The textbooks you use are part of that. That's an extensive product at that step. When you are training an extension officer, you refer them to a particular manual or handbook or textbook with technologies. For us in VET, one of the most known extensible product at training is what we call the veterinary max manual. When you have it in your hand, you will treat every disease. So, but they are put just together different technologies of how you handle the different diseases, how you diagnose, and sell it expensively. You can't buy it peanut. It is in thousands of dollars. And you may find that the entire universe, like Makerere, may have only 3 or 4 copies because of the expensiveness. Then, from there, you realize that most of the material you found either there at the booth or what the farmers' media is disseminating, what you hear on the radio, what you watch on TV is falling in any of these other 14 extensible products. A fact sheet, sometimes you land on a brochure with small, high impact information about a technology. Videos. Right now, if you Google in a number of things, how do you do this, how do you do this? People have packaged videos on YouTube. People are conducting trainings. And some of you have attended or are conducting these. Those are extensive materials. So a training is a product. I will design a training of one day to teach you a certain kind of practice or technology. And then demo farm services. Most of you visit these farms and pay entrance fee. This is money, it's a product. All he's doing is organize demonstration units which are not producing to the minimum quantity for break even. But his money or her money is the entrance fee that you give them. It's not the number of kilograms of meat or number of eggs that they produce or amount of milk. No, for them they will have only 2 dairy animals, which give a total of 50 liters. And they will make millions of money in a year because everyone is coming to learn how to feed a dairy animal. So they have used a demo to package an extensible product. And then the other one is radio talk shows. Those of you who are in media, you will see that people pay to talk, or because in the middle of the talk show there is an advert. So that talk show which is helping people farm better is prioritized, and they will make many more adverts in there. And if you design a program with a certain media house in that sort, you can make a lot of money. Because it is just a partnership behind. I bring the value people listen to. You get the adverts to put in the interlude. We share the money. As simple as that. And then you become a billionaire by just packaging what to tell people every week on a certain media house. And then the other one, so that one doubles for also TV talk shows. Then we have now the extensionists. So when I am packaged the way I am, and I have all the information in me, and I'm giving advisory services, people call you and you can charge per hour, per day. These days I have simplified. People even meet me per hour and pay me for an hour. You don't have to pay for a whole day. Come talk to me, ask any question. I advise you on anything because I am a bank of agricultural information. I am a bank. I know it. I don't have to even tell you, let me check the textbook. No, it is in me. I'll tell you right away. So I have put my value up there that for you to meet me and ask me a question. In human medicine, they call it consultancy fee. Before they even tell you, go to the lab, I ask you, you swallow this medicine, you pay 20,000 or 50,000. Isn't it so? So whether you've bought anything from their clinic or not, you left money because you met a physician who is very annoying because he keeps asking you to tell them what is paining. Says, what do you really want to say to her? Why are you here? I said, the headache. Okay, the headache. From when did it start? So you are the one actually giving the guy the information. and you pay money. So in vet, because animals or the farm does not speak, I even have to be more expensive because I'm using a lot of intelligence to tell you what to do. And the other one is the brochures and other things you see in there. Most of these companies that are selling technology package their information in what we call exhibition materials or marketing material. Social media, Edie was mentioning about information that circulates on WhatsApp and other platforms. Today it is for free. A time is going to come when you can't access it for free. But now people are very generous. When they learn, they package and share. But this can turn into money. Songs, you can turn extensive knowledge into a song. And that song becomes a big money maker. Then the other one is newspapers. You've seen people who are paid to write certain articles in newspapers. The media people know that better. If you want to sell about how to make money in livestock, you have to look for the best expert in how to make money. And you don't just have to tell them, keep writing an article every week for free. Hapana. You have to pay that person to write the best articles. And then electronic materials, which you just search on Google. Influencers and ambassadors is another way you can really package yourself as an influencer of a certain technology. Because you know how to talk about it. I read, and then I come and package myself as your face for technology, and I will sell it. So those are some of the 16. Those are the 16 that were able to be teased out in the 16-hour time frame of analysis. Now, also, I just on demo, there are those demos which are government influenced, but currently there is a lot of self-made demos than government influenced. So that's why you see this other level. Now, what was then the challenge? Now that we know all those products, the question was, why aren't we enjoying these products in the country? How many of those that I mentioned are you familiar with, or are you consuming? That was a question. And after a lot of data, I want to give you just a summary of what it is. I hinted on it yesterday. See, every day, even now, if you searched, almost every minute there is new knowledge being released in the world about how you can farm better. But how many of those did you get in your day since morning? Do you have any you know? You don't know. But every day in the depository, if you are to use here technology to assess how many papers are being published with new knowledge, you would find many. But our extension system is not picking it. Yesterday I showed you that after just using an example for technologies, when they were published in other parts of the world and when they came to Uganda, the average was about 59 years of delay. The question is, why that struggle? So, I think in that analysis, it came out very well that there is a mismatch between the users of this knowledge and the generators of the knowledge. The generator is very busy releasing new extensible knowledge, new technologies, but the one who is supposed to trade it and move that value to the final last mile user or consumer doesn't know where it is. Starting from the education system, where we use very old content, and sometimes structured in a way that the mode of assessment does not allow a person to give a new information. I taught in Makerere for about 7 years. And I realized that if you are to be a very good facilitator and examiner at the university, you don't have to have a marking guide. which is static. Because every student can surprise you with an answer. So I became a poor assessor at some point, judged by some of my colleagues that I didn't have a marking guide. But I mean, a student would urge you out with new technology and it is latest and it's telling you this is how they solve the problem. So you don't have to begin thinking because it is not what I taught, it's not correct. You just have to learn, qualify the answer, and score the man highly. And they pass. And when you do that, everyone will pass. No one will get a retake. Because everyone will urge out one answer, and it has a reason. When you get static on what you have in your PowerPoint and your notes, then people fail. And you local them in all the content. But anyway, it is something we are realizing now. So in those 2 days, we asked the team of 50 people to come up with proposals of what would be done to solve that problem. And it was mentioned in a number of statements and mentions which we analyzed and came up with this summary, which we call the Pool Intelligent System as a proposal. Now the Pool Intelligent System is asking you to go digital. There's nothing else that you have to do except to go digital. The Pool Intelligent System is leveraging on AI. I mean, you are here busy. You don't have time to keep picking what is new in the publication world. But if we design a system whereby that system is able to know what is the latest and scans it online, recovers it wherever they have published it from, whether which journal, brings it, then it simplifies it for you and says, this is a 5-page or 10 or 20-page paper, but the new knowledge in this is ABC. Then deposits it in its bank as a summary. And then you ask it, I want it in Uganda, it translates. I want it in Swahili, it translates. I want it in Rusoga, it translates and shares with you. It's an intelligent system. That's what, in that way, I will shorten the time of access of the latest publication in minutes, actually seconds. That an extension part actor in Uganda will have no excuse except to say it is me who failed to get the best use of this. But I knew. And if you were a user, it can be even commanded to supply you with a summary, whether every hour or every 6 hours or every day, in your WhatsApp or email or whichever, such that you have no excuse to begin telling a farmer that now money can, the best technology to layer chicken is cage farming, which is 92 years. I mean, about 50 years old, and it is even phased out in Europe. For you, you are running with it as new technology in the world of Uganda, and you think it is the latest, simply because you delayed it to know that it's there. So, when we get to that level, we will be able to amplify productivity. We will be able to also adopt at almost the same speed like that of the world. You will go to whichever country and fail to notice a difference between that country and you, because you are operating at the same level of knowledge for production. So, that is the summary of the findings. It is a few slides extracted from a number of pages. So I think you credit us for being good summary writers. I want to thank you for listening. I don't know, Daniel, whether we'll get questions at the end or now. I don't know, your guidance. Okay. So, Daniel guides me that some people may not have heard certain things, so they want to know certain things more, would like to open up for you to ask a few questions here and there. Some may come to me, maybe I don't know whether they will ask for even other people who presented before, but I would like to open up, comment, seek for understanding, a question, and we try to explain so that you live here when you are knowledgeable about what we are doing.
Yes, Daniel here. As Dr. Joshua has mentioned, this is a whole summary of the report. Currently, for those who attended the stakeholder engagement meeting, they have already got a link, their inbox in the WhatsApp group, whereby they have started to provide comments into all these discussions. But then also, we are going to also put a link onto the website, the AFAS website, whereby we are going to be having a call for comments and feedback into this, which is going to be running for the next 2 weeks, whereby we are going to call for your input to anything that is missing into this. Then also, I'm going to just quickly ask Dr. Joshua, walk us through, I think, the digitalization strategy, which also is part of this. I think that is also in the document, which can also be able to highlight more on the roadmap that we are using to be able to lead the way in agricultural digitization in Africa.
Somebody wants to ask a question.
Thank you so much, Dr. Isiko, for your passionate. You are very intelligent. You dig deeper than what we see on the surface, which we celebrated. So thank you. I thought, though, that you're going to show us some values, some costs, that when you use this tool, I don't know where, I kind of thought you're going to show the value addition, that the value worth the cents or dollars. But you're free to guide again, and over to you.
I don't know, we can get a band of them, and then
In case you have any question, and please raise up and the mic right to you.
Because then at the end of that workshop where you brought the people together, what was the output? Was the way forward? Are you ways of passing on? I'm sorry I stepped out and might have missed. After that important collecting data, was the output? How is it to be utilized? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. You know, sometimes when we are pointing out some of these new facts, some of us are very green for sure, especially for this particular session. Summarized it all that we must go digital. That's what I can say, a summary of everything. But the latest, you said that the latest extensionable knowledge is created day by day. meaning that there is a lot of information that is being produced every day. But now the question is, especially to extension workers and even to the end users, how accessible is it? How affordable is it? How realistic is it? Is there a standard? Because we have seen a lot of information. Sometimes you open, maybe you open like a link or a WhatsApp word, and you find sometimes the information that is there is not authentic. Even you as a person, when you are reading it through, you realize really this is not to the standard. Is there a method how, for example, IESA or any other platform, how you are going to ensure that we standardize these guys of, is it NBS what? These who are, those who are doing the quality control. How are we going to ensure that there is quality control in terms of the information that is delivered through these platforms? Because the consumers are many and some don't have the knowledge about it.
Okay. Any other? I would like to take 3, then we can get back to respond to them. Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation. Like you said digitalization is the way to go. But given the situation currently, you realize that agriculture is dominated by smallholder farmers who constitute around, I think, 70%. I don't know whether it has improved. It might be even increasing given the population increase and the land available per household. But even to make the matters worse is the literacy rate. Yes, so given those circumstances, what is the success? What is the success level of digitalization among those communities who are illiterate? Then too, given the government infrastructure, digitalization is measured depending on internet. But even as we talk now, here where we are, even access of internet, even the cost of data, the taxation. So where are we? What are you recommending? Is there another way we can we integrate digitalization with some other methods maybe, which do not need the internet? Because currently, internet is becoming a challenge. Even where you find that the telephone network, even internet provided, you'll find, recently I was in the sides of Chankwanzi, internet comes in 1 minute and it's off. Now I imagine if I had a meeting, I wanted to attend some training online, what happens? So as the agriculture extension platform, as advocates, so how do we move forward given those circumstances, given that environment? Thank you.
I will start with the last one. I'll answer it as a businessman. Every pain of another is a business for the other. In fact, people who amuse me so much are the human doctors. They keep feeling sorry for you while they are beating you. Never expect that because you are in a poor state that people will never make money from you. Where there is no reach to a smallholder farmer by internet, there is a business opportunity for somebody who can get internet. That's why I told you that one of the extensive products is me who can access internet. I will get all this new knowledge into me. And I become the banker. And I trade it for speaking it. So I will make money by speaking to people who can't access internet. It is a distribution model. Do you buy from the factory that makes sugar? Why do you buy from your neighboring shop? It's because it's not that every product should be bought from the producing company. No, there is a distribution chain of every value. So sugar is produced from Kachira, brought to Kampala, and then it even goes back to Kachira. That's how funny it is. It first gets from Kachira to Kampala. Then from Kampala to Kachira town. Even the Kachira people don't buy from the factory. That is distribution in business for you. Even in digital technology, whoever has access to digital technology serves himself or herself. And those that don't have access will be served for. I will come, serve myself, then I come to you and serve you because you don't have internet. So it just presents opportunities for extensionists in the public. It should not scare you because every day it is reported that every day the world is going into the mode of becoming a village in one space, which is virtual. The one who doesn't have a smartphone is wishing to buy one. If you were here and you were very keen in the 1990s and the early 2000s, I mean, having a call was very hard. The phones we had were very hard. If the person who brought Celotero was just fearful like that, he would not have started Celotero in Uganda. But even when there were very few users of the phones, he still came. Today, everyone, I think, when you come to the public and you don't have a telephone number, people get shocked. Before it was the opposite. When you had a telephone number, people got shocked. Today, if you don't have one, people get shocked. So a time is coming when if you don't have access to internet, people get to wonder why. Which village are you? What is happening to you? So me who is a businessman, I should prepare for that opportunity. I start selling today while I'm preparing for the abundance of the market. So it should not scare me from going in that direction. In fact, it is very dangerous to sit and you plan to operate according to today while the world is going into tomorrow. I better prepare for tomorrow so that it finds me prepared than every day running a crisis. By the time you finish developing, people have gone to another level. So that's how I would mention about digital transformation. So you fear it today, you risk to be phased out tomorrow. The other question is there a method to ensure accuracy of information? Yes, I agree with you. Not everything that is on internet is true. But those that are true have where they are found. The system we are proposing will be picking data from authentic sources. Yes, Daniel, you want to add on that?
Yeah. You know, that is really directly under my docket of digitalization. And we've been building some of these digitalization strategies for the region, that is Africa region. In, I think, was it April or May, while in the Netherlands at Maastricht University, we are working on the global digitalization agenda at the United Nations. That is at Maastricht University and a collaborative university with United Nations University. And some of these insights came up, and we started to work on that global documents. But coming back down to what is the strategy that we are using in Africa, I'll bring it specifically to agricultural extension services. From the stakeholder engagement that we had, we found out that there is lots of knowledge, number one, which we appreciated. The second thing is, where is this knowledge stored? We found out that this knowledge is scattered all over the place. Then, what did we have to do at AFAS? We had to think of a solution of building a platform which is authentic, whereby you can be able to get real knowledge, correct data stored into one place, which we call the K-Hub. So the K-Hub is a central repository of or knowledge base of various knowledge sources. So this database is still being populated and is cutting across the whole of Africa. If you go and visit khub.afasafrica.org, you'll be able to start seeing some of the data repositories. Then we went ahead and we said, during the stakeholder engagement, the stakeholders said they do not have adequate knowledge. So go back to that funnel of the gap. If you look at that, there was a challenge of accessing the latest extensible knowledge that can be used. So reaching to the end user was a problem. So what did we decide to do? We went ahead and started developing a solution. Right now it is at prototype level. And we are going to be launching a one-stop knowledge center for agricultural extension and advisory services, which is going to be a school, a learning platform, an academy, whereby you're able to get this latest knowledge. So you go pick up the study, and then you can be able to get it. One interesting thing about it is that it's an aggregation point, whereby we are picking new knowledge from other partners. I'll give an example. For example, we have the NELC toolkit, which was published. NELC is the toolkit for agricultural extension learning toolkit, which is free knowledge. And this knowledge, you can go and do the course and you get satisfied and you become an expert into this. For those of you who haven't yet gotten that, you can get that information readily available. So, to come back to the final challenge that we got, the historical knowledge, agricultural mechanization, the topical areas, agroecology, soil health, and all that. How can we be able to get this knowledge? And that is the solution that we are having, and we are solving this problem. So, if you say that we are not listening, these are the results that are coming our way. And the information is readily available. Thank you. Hope that answers.
Two questions. One, he has mentioned a repository. Because of authentication, basically, a repository get all authenticated, put it there from FAO, Kawa, from where and so on. It will be there. All the information will be. And that can be accessed one way or another if you want a full. Now, the use of artificial intelligence can enable you to access. And based on all those sources, can give you an answer. Other than an answer which is accurate. Am I right? Based on that.
Yes, that's very correct. Actually, I skipped to speak about that.
Yeah. It will just tell you, give you an answer. So in other words, it's a source of information authenticated. Now, there will be new content. Those new content can be any from any source. Now, those content have to be again created and put there for the same purpose. You want a small information. But there's going to be another, call it, have your own. A dashboard. Okay? There's going to be a dashboard where actually what they call many to many. That is simply asking. Cool. That's not authenticated. It's just asking, where can I get this? Who has this? Who knows this? And so on and so forth. Just like SMS. That one is what we call many-to-many learning, but have to take it pinch of salt at times. At times, so there's going to be many-to-many, a lot of it. So a lot of dashboards will be there, and this marketplace there will be many, like a house. There's a house which is a dining room, but based on the cultural sector. So there's that arrangement. Now, on the second question, see, when you are talking of digitalization, people don't realize that SMS doesn't need a smartphone. Okay? And in Uganda, in Africa generally, mobile penetration about almost close to 30, 90. Okay, maybe. But the information I got is in some countries it is low, but in Africa generally it's about 40. For some countries. Okay, so in Uganda, let's assume it is 10%, and you can use SMS. It's a big reach. You can use SMS, but there is also going to be integrated with radio programs. For example, in Uganda, there's Farm Radio International. They have been here. That is for radio. In Malawi, they are very, very, very strong. Okay, so you can use radio programs and so on. In other words, information from there can feed into a radio very easily. And we are going to have a memorandum of understanding with. Also, for those who can use heavy data, is videos, access agriculture use. So I think those are the things that we have to respect. But like he says, extension worker can easily use it and pass on the information if asked. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Edie.
Here, Eddie. I think what you see that Eddie was saying that before even these other products are created, the system will empower people to create these other products. If I have that intelligent, a system is a Superman. So what we are saying, intelligent meaning you have a server there that it will not sleep, works day and night. So me, if I am the one keeping to give you information and I have to look for the paper and post it there, I have also to sleep. Even if I am a person who doesn't sleep, still I'll have a lag of 2 hours in a day. But a Superman who works 24 hours, that is AI, will keep you posted anytime. For you, when you are sleeping, you will find the database updated in the night. So that is where we are going to move from just a mere usual depositor of get a paper, publish it there, get a paper, to now a system that searches and says who has published something new, who has a report that is new about this, and it automatically comes into the pool for you. And then what Eddie was saying, that when you ask it, it synthesizes for you. Which for you, if I wanted you to get the best technology on something, you will have to read many papers on your own. And that may take you a day before you answer a farmer. But with this system, it will take you seconds to answer a farmer. Because it will quickly go into the database and extract information related to what you are asking and summarize a package for you, which you can now share or read or use. And that is how we want to turn around the time between access to information from what we've been having before. Whereby you either come to a workshop like this, that's when you get something new and then you hold on to that. It is already old and you also don't know whether I also brought you history. But to you, because you had it today, you think it is the latest, that is going to be phased out with this system. Thank you, Edie, for the supplement, and Daniel. That answered also the accessible knowledge. They answered you. I want now, my colleague has gone away. Anyway, I will still answer it.
I'm here.
No, Professor Miro. He asked whether he expected us to have costs on the products. 2 days. Those of you who are there, you can tell how intensive it was. We had even to leave at 6. So the best we could get in those 2 days is qualitative data. We didn't get so much of quantitative. But the qualitative we get was good enough to give us insights into the design of the strategy, which is revolutionary. Now, the level of quantifying comes at the level of you designing a product. We can still support you in that if you want, but that, yes, if you are doing a value chain analysis to its climax, you need to tag a costs of input, the market price, and then determine the new money you create at every. Thank you. Daniel, I think we had all the questions answered, and you highlighted about the strategy. Unless there is another set of questions.
We have Dr. Nyamutali here who has something to say.
Okay.
Thank you, Doctor. It's not really a question, but maybe complementing the agri-business approach. As he has already said someone's single penny somewhere is somebody's business. And we look at the youth who don't want to darten their ears. I think this is the time for some of them who have the passion to take advantage of the digital transformation in agriculture. We are looking at taking the information to the last mile person, the farmer. And James talked about using the existing systems. We all know that we have farmer groups in our communities, and quite often, most of them are saving. And they have those days that they have to sit and save and maybe and loan out. So this would be the opportunity for integrating the digital into the existing system within the community. At this time, for example, the youth would organize these farmers and give the information, plan for giving this information. And at a cost, and I believe some farmers would take it.
May I? Thank you very much, Dr. Nyamutali. I'll just simply walk briefly through the process that we went through to be able to do the stakeholder engagement. One of the things that we put into consideration was, what is the uniqueness in the extension services that we are providing? What is the gap? We went down to some of the rural areas, went as deep as Nama, together with the extension officer of Nama sub-county. So when we went down there, one of the things that we found out that there are some trainings that are organized at grassroots level. And they're using infrastructure like churches, mosques, schools to be able to host these trainings. One of the findings that we got was that the trainings did not incorporate the digitalization element. When we asked some of the participants in the training, how do they use their mobile handsets? Or how are they able to take their products to the market? This is what we found out. They lacked a centralized aggregation point, and one of the persons who has a phone becomes the leader and is the one who connects them to the market. When we went down to Buikwe, this is what we found out. There is one person who collects all the tomatoes and brings them to Nakasero and sells them on behalf of the farmer who is down there because they fear to do the interaction. What do they use their mobile phones? One, for receiving money, making payments. Two, making calls. SMS services of agriculture extensions were very low. So now this shows us a gap. And what is the gap? The gap is extending digital literacy to these farmers at grassroots levels such that we can be able to scale out the agricultural extension services. As AFAS, what do we have in plan? What we have in plan in our framework is be able to work with the various country forums. For the case of Uganda, UFAS, that is going to link us to the farmer groups at grassroots levels, whereby we are going to extend the digital literacy to these farmers. And what is going to be involved in this digital literacy is, one, empower them, show them how they can be able to access some of this. If you have a smartphone, we are going to open up one of the channels of radio, communication, and listening to podcasts through partnerships with organizations like Farm Radio. Two, we are looking at having potential partnerships with telecom companies such that they can be able to send broadcast messages to various locations, advising them about weather conditions, the rains, and possibly recommendations of what to plant during what season or what period of time. So all this is in development mode, and all these are some of the outcomes that have come from the extension services of the 16 knowledge areas that we have here. So for some of the partners that are in the room or the stakeholders that are in the room, in case you have a way of how you can be able to fit into the digitalization strategy, we are open to have a discussion how we can be able to jointly partner and implement and extend on this right down to the grassroots. Thank you.
I think, Daniel, I've exhausted all the questions. I'm free to leave, I guess. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Joshua. Sorry that I have to come back up here. And I'll still say that we are coming towards the end of the day and this whole discussions. One of the things is that I would like to say that as AFAS, we are taking on our leap into the future of digitalization. And in every agenda that we are doing, we front the last mile, we front the path to the last mile, and to be able to reach to the path of the last mile, we work with the extension service providers, and we are still open to partners to be able to implement these technologies. But all these, they are run through a program or a process. And I call upon everyone to be able to join this process. Some of the key outcomes that came out was that there was need for a unified community of thinkers who are going to actively engage and discuss some of the latest technology in extension services. So the members, the participants who were in the room, they all consented coming up with a think tank, agricultural extension services in Africa. So I'm happy to share that still right now we are breaking down the different sections of the think tank, the respective topical areas that tackle agricultural extension services. So I'll still say, let's keep our ears to the ground. And in case you're interested in joining the Africa region or the Ugandan think agriculture, the floor is still open. It will be a very big shame to be here and not allow one of the persons, AFAS, able to give their remarks. Let's give an opportunity to Dr. Lillian to tell us or give us pour out her heart towards agricultural extension and the direction that she has
Dr. Lillian?
Okay, thank you very much. When he said about my heart, I get scared because I value my heart very much. Yeah, I really want to appreciate us, time that we've had just to listen. But more than listening, key to this is just to engage us, to be able to understand. How are we able to leverage on what is found so that even as we are thinking about the topical areas, as we are thinking about the think tank he's talking about, as we are thinking about the digitalization, based on what we were discussing this morning, many of us are doing a number of things which are actually relevant to the farmer. At times you may decide to go up and start thinking of the digitalization at a higher level. But there is that what you are doing on the ground. The ED was talking. He mentioned about the SMS messages. One of us shared in the morning how they're actually bringing change through SMS. How are you going to leverage that knowledge that you have to build it onto this? It could be the share many that ED was talking about. It could be just an information. What content do you have as an institution or within that business that you have? We are also thinking about the different small enterprises that we are working with. How can we partner with you so that even as we are talking about this digital platform, it is not just about for those big organizations, but even us at our small levels. The village-based advisor model, the small entrepreneurs at the rural area who are able to build capacity to bring change at the different region. And we are starting with Uganda. We'll be working with the different countries, as he has said, within the continent. But all this is to ensure last mile delivery of extension and advisory service provision. As Daniel has rightly put, let us put our eyes or our ears open because we cannot do it without you. We need you. And as we are talking about public-private partnership, as we are talking about pluralistic extension advisory services, we need you. And you are very key in such a moment as this. Just before I go down, I like engaging people. Anybody with a question or anybody with an input or comment that you think we can have as we go forward, so that we are not going as AFAS, but we are going as a team. I believe we are all UFAS. Private sector, business people. Any comment, any input, so that you'll not say they just shared, but we also had this to share, which I was missed. Either tired, or we are either satisfied with what we have had.
There is someone at the back.
Or there's someone at the back. Okay.
Thank you very much once again. I know today is day 2, and we have 2 days more to go. But active engagement, I would say 1 day for Friday. And I am very aware that at the very beginning, I asked the question like, how do we make sure that we are endeared, everyone, other being said, those are the guys in the dead ministry. As I sat here, I was still enjoying my discussion about the coffee and the like. Then I remembered one thing. I was a frontline extension worker with a lot of knowledge even good enough to go on discussions and get digital information. I got into farmer field schools, even the current FBB, the farmer field business schools. But the challenge I still face, because as in the company I'm working in, we still have field extension worker. But one challenge that was there and still now is presented by the kind of the client that Honorable Minister witnessed when he had Dr. Salim Nandi, where they were celebrating, but the neighbor was starving. What's the point? You come in with all the information that you've shared with us, WhatsApp, all the points of click touch. You have these farmers who are in a group, and you have got this lead farmer who is available all the time. You say, we are going to do, simple example, terracing, soil and water erosion control. Of course, as an extensionist, you'll have to support the group through demonstration with the farmer. The trench remains on where he stopped on that very training day. You do wonderful IESA. Early in the morning at 6 a.m. looking for all the aphids and shrimps and the caterpillars for 10 a.m. so that they don't fly away. They do it faithfully around the lead farmer. But in the group members' gardens, butterflies are flying and none has done IESA. Incidentally, they are the hoi polloi. When I say hoi polloi, you understand. They are the majority, the smallholder farmers. When your honorable member is passing in the village, you say, but what does a agriculture extension do? They look at my poor friend with his specs. Say, that one we've never seen. Can you tell us what you have been doing up to now? What is buzzing in my head? After this consultation, 50 people reading, digesting, wonderful platform, pluralistic, multisectoral. How are we making these hoi polloi, who are the majority and who decide the vote, say, you guys, you are our baddies? I hope I don't throw the span in the mix. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I like your answer. You are just asking the question I'd asked, and you are asking it the same. Based on your experience in the field, how would you handle? If you remember the question I asked, is that what are we going to do so that we're engaging all of us? We are not leaving this in this room, but we are able to reach to the last mile. Kindly advise us. That's the question I asked. You have just emphasized on it. Yes. And I'll also need an answer from him based on his experience.
First, before I answer. Yeah, I think I gave a huge menu in my presentation, starting from public extensions. I went pluralistic extension and a range of pluralistic extension models. Then I went on to the business model. Okay. Then finally, I went to digitalization. So based on those menus, farmers can be reached one way or another based on. And then there are those methodologies also mentioned. And the farmers can. So it's not killing any approach. It is just two. And for this project, it is on two things: business models. And I can assure you, I wish there's this young man came, but there's a group in Leptong, and they're reaching all those farmers and so on. They deal in soybeans and so on and so forth, and that's a business model. It's a bundle business. So there are many models. Digitalization is for those who can, but digitalization alone, if you can talk about those who have cell phones, you are really hitting a big number. I think we are just delving deeper into models, approaches, and tools.
Thank you very much, Ed. Let us listen to you. Based on what we've been listening to, I don't know if you were there in the session in the morning. I think a response was given to what we are talking about. I just want to know, were you part of us from the beginning? I think somebody shared how they are getting to the smallholder farmers. And that's why we talked of different approaches that are being used. And that's why I've insisted we cannot do it on our own. We need you. How do you do it best? To ensure that you are reaching the other one the way the Honorable Minister did. Not all of us will do what the Honorable Minister did, but you can do it, somebody else can do it, another one will do it at another level. And I'll continue, I need you. Maybe you can give us an advice on that. How best do you do it based on your experience? Then after that we'll come.
Okay, thank you so much. How best would I do it? Despite all this long that I've been asking the same question. And it's about the question about the egg and the hen. Which comes first? And I'm glad Doctor made it that there are those bundled services. And I'm glad that you find that there are some enterprises. Let me look at those who are getting into smallholders, maybe who are into how to growers for export farmers or exporters. And you find that the farmer knows I'm growing, let me say, give an example, chia seeds or sesame, for the sake of northern Uganda, where you know that there is always demand for sesame all the time. And I was like, maybe if there is that kind of pull factor, I know my neighbor here has a particular market he or she is dealing in. And I know the moment I make an effort to buy a tarpaulin, which this guy has been telling me about post-harvest handling, my system will be clean. It will be from aflatoxin A. I even appreciate early planting. But I know at the end of it all, the coin I've put in will give me returns. But as long as I'm in, say, for the lack of better example, Chegegwa, and I'm down, deep down in Kakabara, this season I grew maize, and the kilo of maize is 300 Ugandan shillings. I wait 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. Weevils begin to come. I begin to look for the other chemicals, put in preserve. 5 months, my mother tells me, young man, better sell your maize. You are not going anywhere. Trust me, in August, I'll not open up a new garden. And we know that as Chegegwa is dying with maize, the Kejongs are starving because of starvation. So that's why I say maybe it's not me alone, but it's a system. We know there are those silos. We know there's a World Food Program. We know we are those kind of the warehouse system. And as a matter of saying that people don't starve because there's no food, but because food is not properly distributed. I'm glad there was a question of like, who is the government? People in the state and people down here. I can do the growing, I can do the pig's bag, but if I'm to move my maize to Karamoja, much as it is rotting here and the Kalmojong are starving, I may not make a headway. Maybe can there be a kind of functional, effective synergy system between the production and the marketing? Because in most cases in here, there is insufficient food. But those who try to produce, they are discouraged. And no wonder in the morning, the Guru University lecturer said, youth don't want to get into there. They rather do add value addition and also do the marketing. But even now, there is somebody who's writing a paper. Add value. Is it adding value or it is technical know-how. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I like you because you have the answer. And that's what we said. We are here to learn and exchange knowledge. So we are all learning, we are all exchanging knowledge. Some have knowledge for technical writing, some have knowledge for the production. So we are learning from each other to be able to ensure that we are coming up with new ways of doing things. Innovation is about interaction and learning. And through interaction and learning, like in this forum, there's that one person who has picked up one idea, which they'll come from here and run with it and transform their lives. There's that one person who will leave this place and will say, now what next after this? And you'll remain there asking what next after this. But that idea which one of us shared within us, and that's why I said I don't want to leave it at this level of where listening was. What is that you have? And if you remember, the morning session was just more about learning on that small entrepreneurial ideas that we have and what we are doing. And from that, we are able to do new ways of, we are able to get new ways of doing. That's the importance of such stakeholder engagement. But it is also possible. Some of us will be here for 4 days, but you live here worse the same way that you came. Let us start evaluating ourselves and getting to know. We are the extension advisory service provider. I don't have to be working in the government. I am here because I have a stake in extension and advisory services. What am I going to do differently after these sessions that I've had? Yes?
Yeah, thank you, Doctor. All these sessions have been very enriching, and I appreciate that we are going to use an integrated approach, as the doctor was saying, that in extension there is no approach that can be used solely. Because I was wondering that as we go digital, which language? Because I was reading the census report. Literacy rates levels 2023-22 were at 80%. So amongst our farmers who are interested, the women, the youths, and all that, there are those who cannot read. So as we think of digital, which is the way forward for all of us, let's think about that. For example, if you are extending knowledge in Aleptong, in Karamoja, which language are we going to use?
Thank you. For which language? I don't know if any of us listened to Julius when he was making his presentation. He said, as we go to digital, we do not forget the human face. So what we are trying to do is integrated approach, as he said. We have the digital, we have the human face. But key to it, reaching the last mile. Which is the best approach to reach to that person? As extension advisory service providers, it is important to understand. It's unfortunate we could not be here and at the same time be in the agroecology session. In the agroecology session, the approach that is being used is building the competences of the extension advisory service providers. Over the years, we have gone ahead talking about building or getting knowledge. But the new approach that is being engaged the other side is building our competence. I am the extension agent. I am the change agent. I cannot cause change unless I have changed. And one key important thing is that I have to change to be able to facilitate change. Once we get to that level, then we are able to bring transformation in agriculture. Get to understand the knowledge that you have, understand your attitude, understand your practice. Once you get to understand, you get the knowledge and you know your attitude, it will enable you to practice. So you have to be competent when you are talking about yourself. And as you are working as yourself, it is important to know that you are working with teams. So you need some competence in team development. Beyond that team development, you are supposed to be facilitating change. And what do you need to facilitate change? You need communication and facilitation skills. Beyond the facilitation skills, you need your technical know-how. What am I transferring? Is it seed production? Is it purple production? Whatever it is, that technical know-how of what you are doing. But there is also that conception about yourself. How do I conceptualize the situation around myself? And beyond that, you have the digital. Once you have these 6 competencies, many of these questions we ask, you'll find they'll be responded to because I'll have changed my attitude to understand I am the change agent. And since I am the change agent, I need to change. I have to look at things differently. I have to engage groups. I have to learn from others. I have to change my concept. And that's the beginning of transformation. And besides that, there's the digitalization, which is just an aspect of what we are talking about. Don't know if I'm communicating. Next question before we move.
Thank you, Doctor. I think over the years that I've been in agricultural development, I've come to learn that access to market is a trigger to adoption of innovations that we are talking about. Once the farmer counts money in the pocket from a certain enterprise, believe me, you'll not struggle to make this person to do all the proper agronomic practices and the post-harvest. So to me, organized market systems for those profitable enterprises that we are looking at is key as we look at farmers' adoption of all these innovations that we are bringing on board.
Thank you very much. Access to market. And once the farmer accesses markets and gets benefit, the farmer will not argue, will pay for your services. Whether you come in as a public extension advisory service provider and you have this farmer that is making money, the farmer will pay for it. Edie talked about the marketplace. At the marketplace, we'll be able to know who wants what. At the marketplace, I'll have my sweet potatoes, which I also say, I have this, and you'll get somebody who needs it. And what this platform he was talking about, the marketplace is trying to create, is somewhere where we can interact to get knowledge, to get funding, to get market, to get all this. And we cannot do it alone. I'll continue to say, we need you and me. So this is about us. It's not about AFAS, it's not about UFAS, it's about me and you. And as we engage in this marketplace, we'll be able to know even the groundnuts that are not good, as Edie said. Thank you very much. I'm being reminded it's time to close. Are we getting anywhere? Yes, so what we are saying, it is not about us, it's about extension. And we are the extension in Uganda. We are the farmers who are interested in provision of extension and advisory services, and we are the change that Uganda needs at such a time as this. Thank you very much. I think I'm closing there. And as we close, let us remember, I am the change that Uganda needs at such a time as this. When I get to that level, then you'll be able to cause change.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lydian. And I think we are now coming to the end of this session. Oh, we have come. There is a very interesting announcement here. There is a very good cultural gala happening at 5 p.m. in the main hall. So you're all invited and welcomed to the cultural gala. Thank you. And I'd like to end the session. Have a great evening.
I work with Green Pulse Limited as the head of agronomy and advisory services. Green Pulse Limited is a company, an agribusiness enterprise that is 75% owned by K+S Germany and 25% owned by Savannah Commodities. We engage in coffee, grain, animal feed, and fertilizers. We deal with both the smallholder farmers, commercial to be, and the large-scale commercial farms. Among the commercial farms are the oil palm, the tobacco, the sugarcane plantations, and of course these other emerging, farms, especially in maize and grain. At Grain Pulse, we use a model, the hub model, where we have 27 hubs across the country, run by regional commercial officers. But below, at the hub level, we have the master agents and then the village agents. The village agents are trained by the agronomy department, which is known as extension in the outside world, whereas in the private business it's agronomy, where we teach them on how to produce, land preparation, fertilizer usage, seed usage, to produce and get the right acreage and yield, at the same time to get the quality that we need at Green Pulse Limited. We do, for instance, in maize, where we have the COB model. Within the COB model, we buy maize that is aflatoxin free at 23% moisture content. The agronomy team does the trainings right from beginning of season, how to plant, how to apply the fertilizer, how to put the right seed rate, pest control, weed management, and then post-harvest handling. And then, of course, buying back from the farmers to the factory in Mukono, and also the purchases which are done at the hub level. How we are different from the ordinary extension system is that we are on the ground and we're 24/7 with the farmers. The farmers get the quality of the service they require and all the information and knowledge they require from each of our agronomy teams, right from soil testing to how to use the inputs and then offtake from the farmers. We also encourage regenerative agriculture from one of the products we're using, the organic fertilizer. Maybe the product range of fertilizers, we have the blended fertilizer for over 22 crops. The factory is in Mukono and the only one in Uganda. We have the organic fertilizers, which helps to enhance the soil as well as the plant nutrients for the plant itself to build the soil health. How other farmers and any other member of UFAS and AFAS can benefit from this is that we are open. We deal with anyone who is engaged in production, especially if you can produce your crop and then bring it to us. We buy it from you. At the same time, we provide you with advisory services that are required. And you both benefit and we also benefit as a business. Thank you very much. Semana.